Salutations, chat. I'm back. And I've been told by a little birdie that you guys miss me. Some of you did, apparently. And let me just say, likewise. I did enjoy my 2 weeks away in the land of Japan. It was fantastic. Long in the making. And goodness gracious, do I need to go back at some point because I have only seen the tip of the iceberg, or Mount Fuji in this case, as it's more accurate. But I do have a notepad here prepared where I've pretty much broken down my trip day by day, starting from the 6th when I arrived to the 19th when I left off. Hi, Jennifer. The thing is, I really don't do follow for follow. I don't want to come off as rude, but if you coming here is purely transactional, that's not really how it works on this side of Twitch. I'm sorry if we get to know a little bit better, perhaps, but I'm pretty strict about these things. So, yeah, just so you know, again, I don't want to come off as unpleasant, but yeah, I would much appreciate if people would come over here to enjoy my content, and then we can let these things grow organically rather than making about numbers, clicks, and a popularity contest in general. So, yeah, there's that. So, yeah, I mean, we'll talk a little more about my ongoings in Japan as the stream moves on. But first things first, since it has been a minute since last boot up Morrowind for obvious reasons, I'm gonna launch the game. We're gonna do a brief recap on where we last left off, and then we'll take it from there. Boy, I sure hope nothing went awry with my setup as I was away. And I would think there will be no tech issues, considering I haven't touched my PC for a little while, but the beauty of technology lies in the fact that even if you just leave it unattended, unexpected things like to occur, like a little update sneaking in to your streaming software that you never gave the approval of, and completely messes up with your basic settings. Which doesn't appear to be the case here, because Frosty did warn me that OBS, during its most recent patch, had rather unexpected consequences, which I'm not looking forward to. So I'm keeping my client on its current version. Thank you very much. Anywho, let's look at our handy dandy journal and see where we currently standing. I've spoken with Almalexia about a cult that has formed in Mournhold under the direction of a Dunmer named Enoromari. They are called the End of Times, and Almalexia is troubled by them. Apparently, members of the End of Times cult have been found dead throughout the city. The god's followers all seem to have been poisoned, but it is not known by whom. Alexia wishes me to find out more about this group and their leader. I should speak with Merlin of found the Great Bazaar. Her brother was one of the dead cultists. Alexia has warned me to take care of with Enromari and not make him a martyr for his cause. Merlin often tells me that the end of times is cold. Yeah, I'm gonna have to dance around this word right here a little bit for obvious reasons. Even if my prime reason attached to streaming is not monetization, this little S word here in particular is kind of a boiling point when it comes to any kind of online discourse. And, you know, people will dance around it and use some pretty ridiculous alternatives to get past the automized control system. But I'm just gonna say people took their own lives, because that's the most natural sounding way of putting it, without using any kind of ridiculous self-censorship like unaliving, which at this point it sounds like I'm trying to explain this to a toddler. I should be able to find their members, and perhaps Enromari in God's Reach, near the Winged Guar. So, as it stands, we're working from the temple again. We did, in fact, meet two of the most, I'd say, important figureheads in Mornhold on our last session, and that will be Alexia, one of the three divines of Morrowind, and what's his face, Helseth, the current monarch of Mornhold, who, as we know, employed the Dark Brotherhood in an attempt to assassinate us, because there are some pretty interesting rumors surrounding this guy. Like the fact that he may have ascended the throne through less than noble causes. Like, you know, none of his own merit, but a bit of a cloak and dagger play, if you know what I mean. And apparently, he saw the potential of us growing to power as the Neverine early on. It was like, I don't want this guy to potentially ruin my mojo, so I'm gonna take him out early on. But alas, we have prevailed, and now he seems a little more favorable to our cause, so much so as he's willing to employ us, but to be honest, I don't really quite trust that man, as far as I can poke him with a stick. So, instead, we're gonna continue playing as double agent, maintaining our independence, not quite leaning to any of the two sides just yet, until we see how it plays out and what's the most favorable outcome for us respectively. So for now, let us mosey on to the Winged Guar, and from that point on, let's see how we can handle this cult that's been raising the popularity in Mornhold. You can't really blame a doomsday organization growing into prominence under these circumstances, because on the one hand, you have all the warring stuff happening around Red Mountain with Daggerfirth said to be slowly coming back to power and his influence spreading already across Vardenfell. And then you have us as the counterweight, also working to reach acknowledgement from the Dunmer as a new prophetic figure. So, yeah, it is a turbulent time at this side of Tamriel currently, which makes it more so logical that dudes like this here fella would be able to capitalize on the growing concern among the public. My greetings and blessings upon you. I'm Enno Romari. How may I help you in your journey through this life? Let's talk about this whole operation that you're running, my good sir. Can you elaborate on the end of times for me? We are a peaceful group, dedicated to relieving the suffering all are feeling in these troubled times. I teach my followers the way of enlightenment, for understanding of what is happening in our world and what is to come in the next. All my people know the importance of preparedness for the coming troubles, and many are willing to make great sacrifice for our cause. And how big is this sacrifice, if I may so inquire? It is a glorious ritual, friend Brackendune. Our followers cleanse themselves of all their troubles, all of their burdens here on this earth. They send themselves ahead to the ancestors, spreading our word, making ready for when we shall all join in our fight against the Daedric hordes. It's a very euphemistic way of masking the fact that you're basically encouraging your cult members to throw away their own lives at your whim. What else can we inquire you on? This one lady did say that her brother in particular went through this.
Take care, stranger.
What was his face again? It's not mentioned here in the journal. Maybe I can bring her up to him. I spoke to Enno Romari about his End of Times cult. I believe the power of the tribunal is faltering. Rightfully so, by the way, because we have read text specifically from the opposing faction to the church in Vardenfell, outright pointing out that the tribunal has been using artifacts to grant themselves, in essence, fake godhood, and that power is dwindling. So it's only a matter of time until they become mortals again. And then a new and frightening age is coming to all of Tamriel. Yeah, even if this guy's goals are misguided, his reasoning is pretty sound and quite factual. Enno Romari has told me more about his End of Time group. He tells me that many of his followers perform a ritual called the cleansing, which is a form of ritual. But I should report this information to Amalexia immediately. So I guess I already have what I need from you for the time being. He was a good man, anyone who ever met him can tell you that. But I made the Fine King too. Shame what happened. They say he died of old age, maybe so, they will live a long time, but they also know how to keep their mouths shut. Someone said he left Morrowind in a hurry for good. Okay, nothing else I have here pertains to the quest. So yeah, I suppose we're heading back to Almalexia for now.
Speak well of me, sir.
Look, I'm fine with this kind of detective work for you guys, as long as I don't have to do any more dungeon dwelling. I already had my share of that
It's another perfect.
on both ends of the spectrum. The spectrum being the secular versus the spiritual.
Many blessings upon you, my loyal servant.
Interestingly, with Amalexia, she immediately recognized the fact that supposedly there is a spirit of Nerevar living inside of us, which in of itself is kind of an acknowledgement on her part that we may be, in fact, who the prophecy is making us out to be. What have you learned about this end of times cult and their beliefs? Have you served me well in gathering this information? They will not continue to exist in my city. They would dare. So, the tribunal has lost its power, has it? These fools would dare question Almalexia's power here, in her city. I'll give them a lesson in power, Brackedoon, and you will be my agent. These fools must be reminded of the true power of a god. Since the attack on the city, much of my own power has been spent caring for my people. The number of wounded has been astronomical, and caring for them all has been taxing to even me. Still, I must demonstrate to these people what it is to mock the will of a god. You will travel to the ruins of Bams Amshend and activate the Karstang's Karn. Loosely translated, the Weather Witch. At its height, the Dwemer civilization was masterful in its use of machinery. In a time of drought, Dwemer scholars were commissioned to create a machine that would bring rain to their lands. They created the Karsten Karn. Its existence was little more than a myth until recently, when the ruins opened beneath my city. I wish for you to activate the machine. Make it to create ash storms in Mournhold. Then, these heretics will know the power of Almalexia. You know that you're kind of cheating in that sense, because... hear me out. You're not actually using your own innate powers, but once again referring to Dwemer technology that made you into this quasi-deity to fake out your own divine status. That's correct. While these storms may be common on the island of Varnaville, they do not occur here, so far removed from the Red Mountain. Now, though, they will, and these heretics will understand the power of the tribunal, the power of Almalexia. Take this and use it to activate the machine. You will have to divine its workings on your own, Brackedoon, and I believe you are up to the task. Power Dwemer Coherer has been added to your inventory. Go. Take the Dwemer Coherer and restart the machine. I will have ash storms in Mournhold. Don't concern yourself with Sofasil. He lives in his own way, and he always has. No, I have not spoken with him in long term, but this is not odd. I'm certain all is well, my old friend. I reported my findings on the end of time and Enromar to Almalexia. She was furious. It wishes for me to help her show this group that she is still a powerful goddess. Alexia would like to demonstrate her power by creating ash storms throughout the city of Morrowind. Her powers, however, have been expanded by caring for her people after the attack on the city. She would like me to travel to Bams Amshen and activate the Karstang's Karn, ancient woman creation said to be able to control the weather. And she does so by giving this extremely heavy MacGuffin. So much so that, oh boy, this thing weighs a ton. I'm gonna have to make room for it. Yo, what's up, Ron? Good to see you again, brother. You been doing well while I was away? How's life on your end? Cranking up to max volume? I will consider it. What could I even drop that, would counter? It's very heavy. Quest-related artifact. Quite possibly I'm gonna have to leave a lot of stuff here. To be fair, I'm not really using this spear, so you guys don't touch it. I want this to remain here when I return, even if I'm just carrying it for I don't know, to make myself feel better over the fact that I have this bad boy on me. I'm never gonna resort to it. The OG or Automata? Or is the entire series on sale currently? Well, I say OG, but it's still the remade version. Both are 65% off. I'd say go for it. I'd honestly say go for it, because I do like Yoko Taro's storytelling. He does make some pretty compelling and emotion-inducing games. I don't know how much they touched the combat in the first one, but even with Automata, after the Platinum treatment, there was late era in the company's lifespan, and compared to their other action titles, it's much more bare bones than what you're used to. Catering to, obviously, a more mainstream audience. So, while an improvement over the original, it's nothing too jaw-dropping as far as mechanics go. Definitely a series that you're gonna be interested more in the setting and characters than the actual game flow itself. Right, I should have expected that this event transpiring in the plaza was more than just a fancy cutscene transpiring before us. And, ooh joy, we're heading underground again. Possibly to fight even more constructs. this initial part has been taken care of at least. Well, since I don't imagine we're gonna have much going on in in-game banter for a while, while I'm out here hunting for a rainmaking machine, and also apparently stuck. Yep. That was a rather unlucky fall. Bringing it back to Decino's latest upload, where he went through a bunch of possible soft locks in the original Doom games. And one interesting way of inducing it is by saving between two sectors over a gap like this. And when you reload the game, you just have it to fall down in the crack and get your character stuck. Because, in short, the game just drops you into the sector, not recognizing that your character is overhanging, so it kind of auto-corrects your position. Just an interesting quirk of the old engine. But yeah, since I expect this to be pretty much a combat-heavy section, with some chest loading every now and then, I guess we could start with our recollection of my time in Japan. So, I had off on Friday in the evening hours, like a little past 7 p.m. on my end. And since the flight from the UK to Japan itself, Haneda Airport in my case, which was my final destination, and fortunately a straight journey, so no pit stops, just one continuous flight. I arrived on Saturday in the morning hours, around 10 a.m. Needless to say, I was very much exhausted, because trying to fall asleep while sitting ain't my ideal of a proper rest. So I didn't really get much shut-eye. On top of sitting in a row with a couple that had a small child. I mean, they were nice folk, don't get me wrong, but you know, toddlers gonna be toddlers, and when something is not quite right in their eyes, they will start crying a lot. So it was certainly a test of endurance. This book appears to be written in a non-Dwemer language. From the schematics, it appears to be a manual on water channeling and pressure. Oh, so I can't really need it. No point in lugging it around. But yep, finally made my way. My check-in to the hotel happened to be at 3 p.m. And I made it there by 1. So I took the opportunity to do a little bit of a walk around my immediate area. I was going to be staying at, which happened to be Shinjuku. Now, as you may know, Shinjuku is home to a very notorious area of Tokyo known as Kabukicho. And if you happen to be a fan of the Yakuza series, you will know that it is a very colorful neighborhood, full of restaurants, but also clubs. And while that area is pretty sleepy during the day, once the evening hours roll in, it becomes quite lively. With many interesting opportunities arising, which I will elaborate on a little later. Because, again, I only really had a brief walk around at that time during the day, just to get some initial impressions. So didn't really get to see much besides the famous 3D billboard with the animated cat, but also the local Toho cinema with a Godzilla head above it. My initial impressions definitely had to do a lot with the culture shock kicking in. And one thing I noticed immediately, right off the bat, anime in video games are so commonplace in advertising, you would not believe until you saw it with your own eyes. Like, you will have promotion spanning across water with electrolytes, featuring Demon Slayer characters on drink cans. It is just so permeated in society that they didn't even question it at that point. Which, coming from the western part of the world, where the most mainstream we get to it anime is when they advertise Studio Ghibli flicks coming to theaters. This is a stark contrast. Also, claw machines and pachinkos are extremely popular. There is a lot of gaming centers pretty much focus exclusively on those two. And it's crazy how massive the claw game centers are, spanning across several floors, with a wide variety of machines containing different prizes available. From mundane items such as noodle cups to anime figures. And what I found even more surprising is that people of all ages come in en masse to just pass away time and money in these kind of establishments. They are, in fact, insanely popular. Which, you know, People do like gambling over here, in this side of the world too, but bit of a different nature with that one, so to say. Do I not have any more fatigue? Yeah, there we go. It's not much, but it's something. Especially since these constructs do hit hard. Oh, and just looking at a lot of Japanese people walking down the street, especially the younger generation, they do get pretty fancy when it comes to dressing up. Especially with younger girls, they like to put on frilly dresses, fancier clothing, and interesting enough, the maid and Gothic Lolita aesthetic is quite prominent. So you will see plenty of girls in like their 20s dress up with that kind of style in mind, and yeah, no one really bat an eyelid on it. Also, lots of charms and cutesy merch that they use to put on their backpacks. Which was interesting to see, because again, in our society over here, that's more restricted to nerd culture. Like, yeah, I'm not really ashamed to wear my video game slash anime charms on my backpack. But this is restricted to like a certain subculture in our society. Not really something you see like all throughout. Oh shit. This guy just completely obliterated me. And it's been a minute since I saved. Note to self. Centurion archers, pretty nasty. Save more often. Ooh. Spheres, on the other hand, not that deadly. Ah, see, but if I gang up in them as such, this does become way easier. Now, if I was range combatant, I could grab one of these for my own, but alas, I'm not. Also, dwarven equipment would have been amazing earlier on in the game, but at this point, it's already outclassed by gear I can acquire. Appears to be a manual on pipe fitting. And that's the second reading material of this kind that appears to be of technical nature. Right, so far so good. Wearing boots. Yeah, I've been wooed by this gear. Early on in adventures, but now it's like I have this. With room for further improvements, by the way. Because I already have at least one ebony armor piece. Also some adamantium. So we can definitely get much better alternatives. Manual machinery maintenance. I like this level. It's square-shaped. Nothing too complex about it. Easy to maneuver around. And as you can see, our Danger Greatsword, which is a relatively new acquisition, is already proving to be an improvement over the Magebane, which has carried me through a great chunk of our playthrough. Oh, okay, so this appears to be an isolated section of the ruins. No passage through. Got it. Now whether we actually need to be here remains to be seen. Cog replacement and maintenance. That one might be useful considering I think we need to place a cog. Well, it's more like a power generator of sorts. So I'm not sure if this applies. I don't even know if we actually need one of these on us to successfully perform maintenance on the machine. But regardless, probably good to have, just in case. Let's throw away some stuff. Only so I can actually walk around without inventory management bothering me. Now then, more cleanup. Plop. It's nice to see for a change enemies that don't have loaded stats for the sake of artificial difficulty. Like, oh, I don't know, a bunch of dart-throwing bandits hang out in the sewers. Or spooky, scary skeletons that can destroy me with one lightning bolt. Prime example of how game devs like to blow up difficulty in additional content, but through less than ideal means. Like, I get the fact that you want to provide the players with more of a challenge, especially once coming into the extra content later on in their playthroughs. But I wouldn't really call wailing on one lich for 5 minutes my ideal of challenge. It's more of a test of patience at that point. Now, I believe this is where we start encountering more of the archers. Yep. And the lure this fell onto me. Yeah, notice how one shot took a big chunk of my health away. Oof. Here comes the little spider fella. Kind of a joke, though. In fact, this was the first Dwemer enemy type that we have encountered in Morrowind period. Besides the dwarven spirits that actually did give me a bit of a headache, because they were strong. Also, here's a key that I missed earlier. Yeah, funny how comparatively weak you guys are to your archer friends. A protective barrier ain't doing much good for you. You do remind me a bit of those Star Wars droids meant for hunting Jedi. They could also put like an energy barrier on themselves. And also prove to be highly inefficient. Jedi hunters. Well, someone was building themselves a mech down here. first recorded sighting of a Gundam in the Morrowind verse. Fabrication of metals. Machina power consumption. It's a lot of fancy technology. Also other coherer, interestingly enough. Not powered though. Which might make a substantial difference. Yeah, someone was really late into building this new and improved automaton. It's really didn't get to finish their price creation before you know, the thing happened. The thing being the Dwemer eating themselves off from Tamriel permanently. All except one, who we have met. Oh, we got pretty lucky with that one. Ooh. That one is heavily protected. Oh, we can't get in. So whatever lies beyond is gonna be a mystery. And this right here is a dead end. Passage of the Walker. Interesting. That kind of implies that you can get through here. Except, well, we'd have to get rid of the boulders first somehow. Otherwise, I doubt it'll be a landmark on your minimap. Well, for now, let's keep on looking. See what else we can stumble upon here. That being said, let's move on to day 2 of my exploits in Tokyo. So, the 7th September of Sunday. After I managed to check in on Saturday in the afternoon, I pretty much just unpacked, crashed in bed, and slept off my flight. Unsurprising. I'm sure you can understand that after all that sitting on the plane, all I pretty much dreamed of was taking a nice shower and just hitting the sack. But what's my gut? My beauty sleep. And had myself a nice breakfast down at the hotel restaurant, which was included in my stay. pretty much had to prepay for it for 2 weeks total. It was a buffet where you could choose between Western and Japanese style dishes, and I pretty much just focused on grabbing whatever meats they had, put on display, together with some rice. Because, fun fact, before I even head out abroad, I already began dieting for at least 1 week. And I will say, Asian cuisine, if you want to lose weight, it's perfect. Because most of your carbs are going to come from rice, which is already one of the best alternatives to bread. And you don't really need a whole lot of rice to complement your meal. It's more of, yeah, just a carbohydrate supplement at this point. So the focus is just going to be on eating beef, pork, fish, seafood, which will fill you up nicely. In fact, ever since I changed my dietary habits, I have not felt bloated ever since. Even if on the one day I decide to do like a cheat day, no stomach problems ever since. So yeah, had myself a nice healthy breakfast, and then I head out to town to start exploring. My first location was Shinjuku Gyon Park. Now, keep in mind, with a lot of these, I did the way I even planned my stay from the get-go was a lot of free-flowing. So I only pre-planned like 2 day tours I was gonna do over my entire stay, which would pretty much like, you know, take like the entire day just dedicated to an excursion outside of Tokyo to do some sightseeing. Everything else I just plan as I go. So I decided to start off by exploring some of the more interesting landmarks in closer proximity. So I began with Shinjuku Gyon Park, which is a lovely location if you want to break from the sea life. Peaceful, serene. Because my first real exposure there to Japanese cicadas, which if you ever watched any Japanese media, especially anime, it's such a prominent audio feature. To a point where, yeah, it's pretty much deeply inherent in their culture. It does make for some fantastic ambience, I will admit. But yeah, that is like a planned man-made park. There are a couple of ponds, a botanical garden, like a little museum dedicated to the history of the place. For a small entry fee, definitely worth checking it out. Especially if you want a little escapism from the urban life. On that note, you will have a lot of opportunities in Tokyo. There are plenty of parks scattered throughout the metropolis. And while I haven't seen perhaps all that are worth visiting, I've definitely been to a couple of prominent ones. From there on out, I made my way to Meiji Jingu. That is an interesting location because while it technically is a park, it's more like entering a forest because of how dense the trees get over there. And in the heart of it, you will go towards one of the more renowned Shinto worship locations, the temple itself. That is, in fact, perhaps one of the first places where you will see the traditional Japanese torii gates, symbolically separating the spirit from the mortal one. Pretty much the first place of worship that I got the chance to properly explore, and it did make an impact on me just because of, you know, how different it is from what we know in our neck of the woods. From, say, just the Catholic Church and all of Christianity's offshoots. Also, I got myself a nice little amulet there as a souvenir. On that note, I have seen a lot of tourists try to partake in Shinto or Buddhist rituals, which, you know, I'm gonna assume for them it was just a part of experience, but personally, I didn't really try any of those because while I do recognize the cultural significance for the Japanese people, I know what I personally believe in, and I would consider it to be a little sacrilegious if I entertain that notion. So yeah, anything I would purchase from a place of worship, and I did get another amulet, this time from a Buddhist temple, which I will mention a little later on. No, primarily as mementos of my stay. Anywho, after Meiji Jingu, what you can do is walk down all the way to the southwestern corner, and that will take you to Yogi Park, sitting adjacent to Meiji Jingu. And that's more or less another public park, very similar in nature to Shinjuku Gyoen. Just like a place for people to hang out, take their families, dogs. Actually, with animals, I think that I noticed in the park specifically, you don't really get free rein to let your animal off the leash like we do over here, but rather there's like little areas dedicated to letting your dogs out to play. Just a show of how
What a shame. He was a good man.
gyps are differently organized from us. Yo, Frosty, thank you for the 48 months. That is in fact, what, 12, 24, 36, 4 years. 4 years of continued patronage. Wouldn't be here without you, my man. It has certainly been a little while since I last streamed for you lot. And to be honest, while I did enjoy my holiday, I did miss these weekly meetings of ours. Hey, thankfully you guys did have Frosty to keep you entertained while I was away, so hopefully he has treated you well. You know, obviously I didn't get to check in all that often, considering I had plenty on my plate. But I'm sure he has tided you over until I finally ventured back from the other side of the world. You didn't really get to miss much because in between focusing on the gameplay, I've only just scratched the surface of my stay in Japan. I'm only really talking about day 2 thus far. So from Yoyogi, which, yeah, it wasn't really like all much to talk about in terms of landmarks. Just another place to sit down on a bench and rest up while I was exploring, which, by the way, my first day over there, I walked around exclusively on foot. No use of public transportation whatsoever. I was like, I want to see as much as possible, even if it isn't seemingly noteworthy, but just immerse myself in that atmosphere. Take everything I can with my 5 senses. Needless to say, my legs did hurt a bunch when I made my way back to the hotel. Unsurprisingly. But I'll be damned if it wasn't worth it. But it wasn't just about exploring public greenery. Oh, no, sir. From Yoyogi, it was a straight shot to Shibuya. Now, let me tell you about Shibuya. It is one of the more commerce-centered areas of Tokyo. Plenty of shops and restaurants there, especially if you want to go for, let's say, higher brow consumerism. So a lot of top clothing brands and whatnot. But before I even entered like the main area, I happened to be walking past a Chinese cultural expo set up on the street separating the park to Shibuya itself, and I got to see a little idol performance by 3 girls. Those are actually not as rare as you'd think to be, because I've seen throughout my stay several such performances. Japan definitely likes idol groups, especially to promote events, upcoming movies, what have you not. And it's definitely engaging because I saw a lot of people stop by the expo just to just listen to the girls sing, which who were very talented. They had nice choreography and good singing voices. How was Japan without a translator? Not as distraughting as you would expect it to be. Like, yeah, the thing that you need to realize, this was my first true journey completely on my own. Past trips to, say, my pretty much regular journeys to Lisbon at this point to meet up with my buddy, he did a lot of caring in the sense that he works in tourism, so he was happy to walk me around and show all the good spots for landmarks, restaurants. So I definitely heavily relied on the boy to get the most out of my stay. When I went to Frosty Faustings in January of this year, that was, I would say, half and half, because I did take a longer time off, just so I could see some of Chicago on my own. But then I did meet up with Omega and the lads, and the rest of it was exclusively at the venue where Frosty was going to take place. However, Tokyo, Japan, that's just me on my own. Yeah, I did meet up with my buddy who lives in Machida, and I will get to that later on. But here's my advice. While you don't need to know a whole lot of Japanese to get around, basic knowledge goes a long way, because even if you're only heavily relying on a couple of basic phrases to get you around, locals will look at you way differently if you try speaking the language. Like, yeah, obviously a lot of the people working in tourism, especially when I went to museums and popular places with foreigners, those would immediately default to English upon seeing me, even if it was just, the basic of basics. But whenever I would greet them in Japanese and use a couple of phrases like excuse me, I understand, thank you, I could see them visibly brighten up and just smile. So yeah, you will get a lot more in terms of positive reception, respect, if you at least try and put in the effort of learning some Japanese and using it as you go. Now, obviously, being in Tokyo, it was way easier for me to default to English for a lot of scenarios. And if I have to be more in the countryside, that'd be a completely different story, but even so. So in Shibuya, I did get to see the famous crossing, which it's funny, the idea of taking recordings of such a mundane concept, but you gotta understand that one intersection has like 6 crossings simultaneously passing through one another, and once people start pouring onto the streets, it's like a colony of ants working its way around each other. So it is pretty awe-inspiring seeing all those people just condensed in one location for a couple of minutes before the street lights change. In close proximity, you have the famous statue of Hashiko, the dog who patiently waited for its owner. I think it was like 10 years regularly before the poor lad passed away from illness. But it was nice to see such a wholesome homage to just a loving pupper. What would you do without dogs, man? What would we do without those adorable, faithful critters? And speaking of critters, one interesting spot that I found seemingly random was a hedgehog cafe. Yeah, you heard of cat cafes. Well, this one had adorable spiky lads of various breeds throughout the world, and it was great. It was great because hedgehogs are probably my favorite of wild animals. So just the fact that I was able to hold a boy in my hands like this, even if he was sleeping, worth it. An hour well spent. Another one of these, which happened to be of a much slimmer breed, made a habit of like trying to climb up my hands for 10 minutes straight before it finally got tired and just put it in its enclosure so I could fall asleep. I will say though, the girl, well, one of the girls running the place, she spoke pretty amazing English. So we did get to chat along for a while and just fanboy around hedgehogs for a couple of good minutes. And after that, I decided, well, you know, it'd be nice to actually end the excursion by grabbing some grub. And I did so by going to a place that served Wagyu beef, Korean barbecue style. Oh, let me tell you, that's some of the more expensive meat you can buy. But goddamn, does it taste good. Wagyu is specifically reserved for cows that are bred in Japan. So the unique taste is attributed specifically to the meat procured from those cows and how it's treated. It is soft and juicy, I will say that. So if you ever get the opportunity to try Wagyu beef, go for it. Also, you may have noticed I'm kind of stumbling around currently, but that's because I'm trying to see where this machine that I'm supposed to activate is. Karsten's Karn. Call of Whales, Firefall. Redux Forge. I think I've been everywhere that I can. Don't even know which of these is the apparatus I'm supposed to be tinkering with. Doesn't seem immediately apparent, that's for sure. I did get a key, but I don't know where that key is supposed to lead me. So here we have pretty much a dead end. Just killed all the enemies, seemingly. I did see a lot of manuals around. I'm wondering if I'm supposed to actually finish this guy up and have him break through that wall. How would I even get to it? Good question. It is not immediately apparent what I'm meant to be doing here. Well, assuming that my intuition is correct, that Gundam Boy is meant to be reactivated and then smashed through that wall so I can actually get to where I need to be. Well, that ain't happening right now. Yeah, this is what I picked up off the floor. And if it did open something, I don't know which door it was. So yeah, as is, don't have much to don't have much to go off of here. Maybe I should supposed to like talk to an interpreter. And then I'll be able to interact with the devices here. It's not very obvious, that's for sure. Let's see if by any chance I missed the door on the way. This is the only other fancy bit of machinery I've seen in these ruins. Not much in the way of hand-holding in this game, huh? Just kind of have to do all the legwork on your own and hope for the best. To look this up if I continue to get stuck. Is there anything in these containers that I may have missed? I mean, there is more literature. Combustibles and fire safety. Maybe we just picked up the wrong book. Because again, there's plenty of them here. Don't tell me I actually need to carry all of them on me. Right, this brings us back to here. We've made it to the Hall of Winds, which also happened to be a isolated room with seemingly not much to offer. Alright, even more machinery. Machinery maintenance. Yep, you can tell I've been here based on these two items that I've dropped. Okay, let's get an idea on this whole quest line. What I'm supposed to be doing. Because I'm kind of running around in circles, not clear objective. I'm not sure if I can easily figure this out. Let's see. So that is... a show of power. Oh, apparently I have missed a key. Interesting. So there's more than the one I picked off the floor. And this other one is in the room with the giant automaton. It's incomplete. Rightio. 8th of September, Monday. My first stop happened to be in Ginza. And remember when I told you guys that Shibuya happened to be a pretty popular destination for shopping? Well, Ginza is that times 10. That's where all the major brand stores are located, and there isn't even much in terms of housing in there. It's all offices and shopping spaces. However, me being me, I did not particularly wander in there to look for clothing, but rather I have found an interesting location to explore, and that will be the Art Aquarium Museum. It is exactly what it sounds to be. So Yeah, I'm not surprised I managed to miss that key. It kind of blends in with the desk. So you're not paying close attention. Yeah, it's just gonna be completely out of sight. But yeah, the art aquarium is basically a bunch of really cool installations with fancy containers where fish get to swim in. So if ever happen to be stopping by Ginza on the stay to Tokyo, well worth a visit just to see the interesting contraptions where fish get to enjoy their lives for the enjoyment of others. Dwemer Satchel Pack. These guys were so ahead of time they managed to come up with portable explosives. Well, then again, we have seen robots in action, so at this point, nothing should surprise us anymore, I don't think. When it comes to the Dwemer. But what is annoying is the fact that, again, all this stuff is so freaking heavy. Well, I guess it's time to start parting ways with some of these goods I'll never be using. And even then... Oh, these don't even weigh that much. Supposedly the equipment I already have equipped on me. Don't that be dull? I could do away with this breastplate for the time being. At least until I decide to come back. Because I still might need it for the Imperial Legion quest lines. Otherwise, no one will bother to give me the time of the day, because it's like, oh, where is your uniform, soldier? Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, that actually worked. Kinda surprised. I would be posting more pictures of my exploits on stream, but I do realize that would severely break the flow of the gameplay going on, so I'm only gonna occasionally provide a visual aid. If you do want to inquire more on like places I stop by, do feel free to. Otherwise, I encourage looking up the locations I'm talking about, like the art aquarium, because I will say one of the highlights of my trip was definitely going to these types of places that just have a very unique air around them. Like, let me just grab one for you guys to have an idea of how amazing this spot is. And that's not even gonna be one of my pictures for convenience because those are so massive, but yeah. We're talking legitimate pieces of glass artwork, enhanced by ambient lighting and music playing in the background to tickle the senses. Like, I've been to many art exhibitions and museums throughout my life, but in Japan alone during my 2-week stay, I have seen so many unusual but amazing ideas put into fruition that they definitely raise the bar in terms of what I consider to be jaw-breaking at this point. So I'll be needing a lot more to impress me from future locations. Okay, perhaps I shouldn't tap out while I'm in the middle of an encounter. There we go. Now let's heal up. Excellent. And let's bring up my notepad. Next on my list was the Imperial Palace in Minato. Unfortunately, it was a little bit of a disappointment because two things. You can explore the outer perimeter and part of the public park. So you can pretty much circle around the whole structure. Just look at the gates and fortifications. However, you can only attend the actual Imperial Gardens on specific days of the week according to a schedule. Otherwise, they're doing maintenance on it. And, well, Monday happened to be off limits. So, that was out of the question. But also, the palace itself, it's only open to visitors during, I think, New Year's and the Emperor's birthday. So you're not really gonna get much out of it unless your plans happen to be perfectly aligned with the palace's internal schedule. Don't get me wrong, it's an interesting landmark just based on historical reasons, because it used to be a traditional Japanese palace later on adopted by the Emperor as his hangout. However, due to its nature, it's just inconvenient from a tourist perspective to get the most out of properly visiting it. So after that little bit of a letdown, I decided to mosey on to Tokyo Tower. And along the way, I stopped by Zojoji Temple, which, funnily enough, they type it out differently in the SMT5. I'm not sure why that's the case. Maybe it's just a different spelling based on some circumstances. But regardless, it is that exact same temple. And let me get it out of the way. In terms of the city layout, Tokyo in particular, SMT goes insanely far to accurately portray the landscape and general layout. Remember that cutscene in SMT5 in both the Path of Creation and Path of Vengeance, where you ascend the staircase and see the main front temple and ahead of you? I've been there. That is actually like how you normally enter the temple grounds from the street side. You can go from another side street, which is how I initially made my way onto the temple grounds. But that is the focal point. The highlight for me of the Zoji Temple was the little graveyard they have on the side, where it is a bunch of small Buddhist statues dressed in children's clothing, which are meant to represent spirits of toddlers who died at childbirth. So in a way, it is a memorial dedicated to their souls. It's true. I was actually super impressed in the love and attention they gave to try and make a close to reality recreation of the way the city is laid out. Even with some of the dungeon areas, like remember the Ginza Underground from Nocturne, where some of the shopping malls are located in the bar? That's not far from facts either, because if you travel down any of the subways, you will see a lot of businesses blooming down there. Shops, restaurants. The underground itself is almost a world of its own. if you were to ask me one thing that I absolutely hated about my stay in Japan, let's get this out of the way. The metro is a labyrinth. It is ridiculously easy to get lost. Especially a big middle finger to Shinjuku Station. Oh my dear God. That is whew, a whole ass dungeon. I'm not even joking, by the way. You could actually make a wizardry location out of it, because it's just so complex, full of winding twists and turns, dead ends, various alternate exits, where sometimes you will walk around according to the signs, and they stop guiding you like halfway along the way, and you're like, wait, when did I make a wrong turn? What's going on? It's true. I did loop around them several times, so eventually I had to learn that even if I'm planning my journey across the city, according to what Google Maps is telling me, based on travel time, I should also add like an extra at least half an hour just navigating through the public transportation system. It is convenient, but also at the same time, big nuisance. But I will recommend getting the Suica travel card, because it does go a long way in helping you traverse the country. You can go pretty far with it. I had no problem in making my way to Hakone eventually, because I did want to hit the hot springs. And even though it's like almost a 3-hour journey one way, considering the places I wanted to see. Yeah, with the Suica card, as long as you have it charged up with enough money, no problem in getting past the security gates whatsoever. Super convenient. So after Zojoji, it was a straight shot to Tokyo Tower, where they have Skydeck. There are at least 3 spots in Tokyo where you can ascend high up and get a good panorama of the city. Tokyo Tower, Shibuya Skytree, and Tokyo Skytree. Different corners of the city. Well, I figured one was enough. In fact, I think from all of them, but especially Tokyo Tower, you can get a good view of Mount Fuji on a sunny day. Whoa. Oh, this is an awesome set piece. This certainly looks like an apparatus I'm meant to interact with. First of all, though, let's make sure I'm not harassed by any security drones. If you go to Tokyo Tower, you can pick whether you want the standard view or go all the way to the top. Obviously, I went with the latter, just for better view. But the coolest thing about Tokyo Tower, arguably, is not even getting to experience an all-around look at the city, but rather admiring Tokyo Tower itself when it's nighttime, because let me tell you, they do light it up quite nicely. In fact, it's a gorgeous city just to walk around during the night because of all the neons and fancy lighting, which does put a very particular atmosphere. It's almost like you're getting a taste of that dystopian cyberpunk future that the likes of Blade Runner gave us glimpses of. Just, you know, without all the cool flying cars and long trench coats that are fashionable in those settings. Well, I did the thing. I found the castings Bekarn and was able to activate it. From deep within these ruins, it will be difficult to tell what the effect it has had on the city above. Well, in that case, all there is left to do is leave and see if in fact we have invoked some ash storms. I do have another satchel pack on me. And I think there was at least one more place with collapsed rocks, so maybe, just maybe, we can trigger another explosion. Oh, hold up. Hold up. There we go. Now, where does this take us? Natural cavern. Wait, is this a Daedra temple? Certainly has the makings of one. Oh, yep. Fortunately for you, I have a much more powerful weapon now. So you're not particularly all that dangerous. Also, while I'm gloating about cool exhibits, after Tokyo Tower, I topped off my day with Team Lab's Digital Art Museum. in case you're wondering what the Digital Art Museum is, essentially what they do over there is use the entire space provided to project changing visuals. So you're literally walking through an interactive piece of art. Difficult to describe with words. It's definitely something you need to walk into to experience with your own senses. However, the fact that you can sit in one room and eventually the patterns will change on the fly. It's not like you're looking at a still image, but instead it continuously shifts and gains new elements or morphs into something completely different after a while. That adds like a completely new layer of stimulation and just a encouragement to stay for a prolonged period of time and see how the scenery around you evolves. I wouldn't say it's getting replaced. However, I do like this use of new technology to create something unique in nature and show the cool prospects we have with these innovations. Traditional museums I don't feel will be replaced ever because all the artwork that we have and the cultural heritage, I mean, you could try and recreate it in an artificial environment, sure, but it's never going to replace like the actual item that you can see and sometimes touch if they allow you to. So it is different in nature. On the subject of digital exhibitions, well, this one in particular had a, actual physical location that you went in to experience it. A lot of these are actually heavily used in virtual worlds, like VR chat, where people just make their own equivalents of such exhibitions, and I find it to be cool that just about anyone with enough willpower and effort put in can make something amazing from visual and audio perspective. I think it's a natural evolution of just people mucking around with MMOs or sandbox games like Gary's Mod, where they're just used to make their own hangouts, and some of them grew more into these memorials or museums, which were supposed to convey the author's feelings, or like a statement they were trying to put across. There's definitely going to be a more emphasis of that in the future. I might be a little too optimistic, but I just genuinely believe that there is a time and place for both the traditional museums as we know it and these new solutions to coexist. If you're wondering what I had for lunch that day, went to a ramen place. Now, sure enough, that's one of those dishes you can probably get about anywhere in the world, but look, I wanted the authentic experience, so I'm happy with what I got. Oh my word, I got super lucky with these two Storm Atronachs. They're not even like the only monsters in there. Still have some other Daedra roaming about. Come here, you. Oh, you have a Daedric sword? Wait, is that even a Daedric sword? No, it's Dwarven. Fool. Going up against me with such a subpar weapon? A bold decision. Then again, Dromor are known to be very ballsy and like to underestimate mortals. Would be cool if we found some neat Daedric armor. Okay, well, this is a majestic viewpoint, but otherwise no real point me climbing up the spire. I was hoping at least for some goodies. Guess not. What about here? This leads us to the Citadel. So mayhaps all the spoils are in here. Ooh. We got a guardian in here. One that can stun me. Which is no bueno. In fact, oh boy, there's a lot of you down here. Oh, I'm definitely not taking on that lot at once. Yeah, if you want to fight me, you better come up over here. I can already see this is going to be an issue. I can get them to edge pretty close to me, but I don't think it's enough to start landing hits. Oh, wait up. Oh, maybe we can get something going on here. Come on, you two. Ooh, man, we got a whole Dremora party down here. Not just that, you actually have names. Meaning you're supposed to be important, but not like that's gonna stop me from murdering you all. I mean, you did kinda went all ballistic on me first, so it's only fair that I fight back. Come here. Let's talk out our differences with sharp weaponry. Daedra Katana. Wow, that is leagues beyond this Steel Frost Sword. Those weigh much more. And I'm gonna take it. Give it a try. Just maybe not now, because can't really reach her this way. Okay, she certainly can smack me up with that spear. Same can be said for me. There we go. Found the sweet spot. You're toast. Golden Saint. Recognize you, lad, from Oblivion. You used to serve Sheogorath. Also, here's this lovely lady. A winged twilight. No paralysis, please. Wait, this actually might be a Temple of Shiogara, because I think you guys are inherently tied into his realm. Ooh. Like the vibe I'm getting from here. Again, though. No prominent loot, surprisingly. Aside from what I could nick from the bodies. Whoa. There's 3 different Atronachs as soon as I pass the door. That's a little wild. Dude, you really gotta stop that shit. You don't even do much damage, but you're super annoying. There we go. Gonna save scum this next part, because I'm looking forward to finding those 3 fellas. Whew, okay. I should take down one of them, which is already a success. And, Stormatronach happy to be the strongest. Okay, even if I'm not getting much on a purely materialistic level, it is such a cool place to just walk through, admire the architecture. There's certainly much danger worship happening in here. Rest assured. And there he is. There's Sheogorath over there. Would recognize that snazzy attire and smug grin everywhere. don't quite remember all of the Daedric lords just by the visuals alone. Malakath, the Orcish deity, is quite easy to recognize because he's usually depicted as a warrior figure with like a giant hammer. That might be him actually, right here. Well, we did get to see a pretty cool sire area, but loot-wise, disappointment. Unless there's something like really well hidden in here that I didn't get to bump into. Or you gotta be persistent and manage to climb your way to the top of this cavern somehow. Could use flight to scout. Shouldn't even think about it. That'd be a good opportunity to find a treasure chest somewhere. Ah, this is gonna be Malakath with the double axe. The four-armed one that we can see below, that's Maroon's Dagon, the antagonist of Oblivion. I think all of them are portrayed here. Oh well. At the end of the day, I did earn some XP from killing all the guardians, so it's not like nothing was gained from coming here. Could be more than meets the eye, but I'm gonna sweat over it. Well, let's start making our way out of here. Grab my Imperial armor while I'm backtracking. And then report back to Alexia. that we have indeed spurred a little ash storm for her. That's the way we came in from, right? What's the Wailing Delve? How do you even get up there? Ah, here we go. Seems like there's still a point of interest I can hit up. Entrances. Can I? It's either down below or all the way at the top. It really is, but then again, after getting accustomed to Jeremy Solo's style, from both this, Oblivion, and in contrast, Giant Citizen Kabuto, they're going to play. He's just masterful when it comes to these kind of more ambient orchestral pieces. Although, if you do play through Icewind Dale at any point, he can churn out some pretty bombastic combat themes. Oh well, could before he disappeared from the public eye. Still a darn shame, but well, it's not delving too much into the controversy surrounding him. Best to remember for all the positive input he left in the video game industry for his compositions. This calls for a levitation potion, because otherwise I have no idea how you meant to get up there. Planescape Torment was Mark Morgan, who also worked on the soundtrack for the Fallout games, and a surprising tie-in, he is also credited in the Giants, Citizen Kabuto. I did manage to hear some of that as influence in the tracks that played. Mark Morgan has a pretty distinctive style where you can particularly make it out in the Fallout Towers, where he used to rely a lot on background sounds, like computers dialing away or machinery working to set up the unique atmosphere for each area you would visit. Which is why I love his input so much more than the later Fallout games. Because, mind you, Inon Zur is a great composer in his own right, but he makes more traditional orchestral music, which, yeah, it works, but it is a different vibe altogether. Like Mark Morgan's footprint just made the Fallout game so much bleaker and portrayed that greediness of the post-nuclear universe. Okay, oh baby, here we go. Daedric armor. Only a pauldron, but hey. That's already something. Scroll the Black Storm. Sure, we'll take that. Hey, what's up, Quampa? Good to see you again, bud. Hope life has been treating you well while I was away on holiday. Some gold lying around. Magic ring, which I don't really need, but I appreciate it. Just in case you need one. How are you meant to get out of here? Maybe another Rising Force potion. Pierogi Bolognese. That's an unusual filling. Huh. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I would give it a try. It sounds like it could be good. From the way you're describing, kind of sounds like those square Italian dumplings. What are they called again? They have a very specific name. They also have like tomato-based filling. Yeah, ravioli. Exactly. We had pesto for lunch today. Oh man! Ever since I started my diet, I kinda had to cut on the macaroni and noodles, but oh man, Italian cooking goes hard. It's one of my favorite cuisines in the world for a reason. Dude, armor rating 205 from this one pauldron. Compare that to the orcish one. Weighs a fuck ton, sure, but armor rating immediately skyrocketed. Total. We will be looking forward to finding more where that came from. So yeah, perhaps it was not pointless coming all the way down here. You made it yourself. Ah, interesting. Was that like a spur of the moment thing, or did you actually like find the recipe for bolognese themed pierogi? Because I know some people like to get bold and creative when it comes to the kitchen. Then again, it is a form of artwork in of itself. Preparing a dish that's not only tasty in nature, but also a little unique, innovative. Ooh, this could have ended poorly. I think I have at least 2 more of these. Can actually go up here if you want. Is there anything here? Okay. I was expecting like a side path where put more loot. Instead I got bamboozled. That's a very interesting way of putting it. Walls are only there if you believe them to be. It's kind of ridiculous how physically my character is unable to maneuver a whole lot So I do have to give him a little bit of a helping hand in overcoming obstacles. Hey, this is where these potions come into play and show their true usefulness. Now, where did I stop describing my stay in Japan? Right. We do have Tuesday, 9th of September coming up. That's when I decided to go to Ueno Park for the first time. And remember that name, because it's gonna come up at least 2 more times. That was easily one of the most prominent locations during my exploration of Tokyo, because it is such an amazing area full of places to see. Essentially, think of it as a hub for a bunch of museums and the Ueno Zoo. So naturally, on my first trip there, I started with the zoo, because I do like me some animals. They did have 2 red pandas, which were highly popular with visitors, but also the big fluffy boys. And as you'd expect from panda enclosure, there were actually lines to see them. A little known fact to some, but you know how the Chinese government sometimes uses pandas as trump cards when doing trade exchanges? They're like, hey, if you go along with this deal, we'll sweeten it up with like a live panda or 2, so you can show them off in zoos in your country. Just because those animals are so rare, and it's difficult to get them to breed. No, literally, they're bums that you have to encourage to engage in sex, because all they think about normally is lying around and eating bamboo. Cute though, I will admit. Pandas, adorable. Perhaps we're not so different from one another. Oh, speaking of large and in charge, look at this lad. Ogrim Tynan. More like dead. But yeah, essentially, walking around the zoo took me a good day. Just because I took the time to make sure I went around the whole venue. So like all the animal displays. So across the zoos, they do have shows for visitors that you can attend. Like when I went to the Chicago Aquarium in January, they had dolphin presentation when they running up the lads to do some tricks.
Bruh, I be trying to tell niggas we live in a video game world, bro. Half of these niggas ain't even real people, bro.
True. That's sometimes how I feel when walking around in real life and looking how people around me behave. Actual NPCs. Perhaps it is all a simulation, and we few are players. We've been isekai'd from our fantasy realm into a modern day setting where we gaslit into believing, yeah, this is all actually real. Hey, at least he can make some XP from it, and maybe material rewards. Speaking of NPCs, I definitely had a couple of random encounters while walking through Kabukicho in Shinjuku. This is a little spoilery, considering I was going to elaborate on it later on, but may as well elaborate on it since I already brought it up. So, as mentioned, Kabukicho is notorious to be the red light district of Tokyo. They've been trying to change the image of it in recent years by promoting it. Oh, actually, there's more restaurants and just clubs there where you can go and party. But, oh no, the deeply rooted nature of that particular district is still well in place, especially if you happen to hang out by Okabe Park, because that's where all the prostitutes hang out. Even if you look at Google reviews of that place, you will see some people leaving negative ones saying, "I can't walk around at night because all the foreign prostitutes are harassing me." And I didn't know it while I was going back one night, until one lady of the night of South American heritage approached me and was like, "You know, for a low price, I could help with cleaning your private area." And I just kind of patiently listened to what she had to say before politely replying with, "You know, I already have someone, but thanks for the offer." And I walked away. Now, on another occasion, I was approached by a Nigerian fella in the middle of Kabukicho, who was like, "Hey, I know this sweet place where they have cute girls. For all you know, he could have been an actual Nigerian prince trying to scam me. Funny enough, he didn't even ask for it. But yeah, that's pretty much par for the course when you're traversing through the red light district. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure at one point, it wasn't even like smack in the middle of Kabukicho, but kinda on the verge of the northern part, because eventually I learned that if I don't want to be bothered too much, I might as well walk around the long way around to my hotel that happened to be on the northern border before you properly enter the district. But yeah, even then, at one point, an Asian lady was like, I didn't quite get what she was saying because it was broken English, but pretty sure it was something about offering me a massage. Bro, I can't help it. I'm just a magnet for the ladies, seems like. Tell you what though, after those occurrences, I actually read a bit into Kabukicho. And here's the funny part. In recent years, police actually went to crack down on prostitution in that area of town because foreigners have become more prominent in the field. They actually took that market over from Japanese girls. So you're more likely to find like ladies of night from Europe, South America, China, dominating the field. That being said, it's not like the Japanese have completely forsaken the nightlife, because soap lands are a thing. And that is essentially a fancy way to describe a brothel, where the idea is you pay for the girl to bathe you, and then you engage in wholesome family activities together. It's an interesting way of bypass the law, because supposedly, at least, actual prostitution is outlawed. Like, you can't just, you know, purchase services of that kind without getting into trouble. So the way soap plants bypass it, or at least enter a gray area, is like, oh, you're actually paying for the bathing, and well, we can't help that the client and our service lady have fallen in love and just decided to have sex on their own will. Japan is a funny society in that sense because you think of it as this like culturally suppressed society where the emphasis is on you know, honor, committing yourself to the family, the state, the company you're working for, but pornographic material is much more commonplace than you'd think it is. Even Don Quixote, one of the most popular mega markets where they sell just about anything, yeah, they have their own dedicated 18 plus sections behind a little curtain. You can buy DVDs, sex toys, whatever. And that's nothing unusual for bookstores and video rental stores to have their own 18 plus parts as well. King's Walk or Dark's Forge, we're gonna go there. I think I'm supposed to squeeze through here. Normally, aren't I? Should be able to at least. Well, can't say I expected the enemies to respawn. But I get it. We progressed the quest, so... a trigger has been activated. I think I left my armor in here. Yep. Oh boy. Right, that pauldron I acquired is gonna add in a lot. So this Daedra Katana is super heavy. I think we're just gonna have to dip on some stuff I know for a fact I'm never gonna use. Even if it's like seemingly inconsequential for the weight. Hey, one unit here, one unit there, and eventually we'll make room. Plus again, it's not like I'm gonna use a lot of these. We'll take Chameleon though. Sometimes I do want to sneak around. Yeah, the bow we can also drop here. It's fine. There we go. Oh yeah, when I met up with my buddy, he gave me a lot of insight, having lived in Japan for 5 years, working as a bartender and moving on to video game development. It's actually Vincent Zito, the lad I interviewed for Badger Saw. I've known him on Discord for a while before he switched careers and went full time into the indie path. So it was just awesome to get the opportunity to meet up, talk about life, future plans. He is going to be start work on chapter 2 of Badger Saw. In fact, he already has like a rough idea of the story. It is still very much a one-man operation in his end, so all the artwork, animations, coding, soundtrack, it's gonna be on his own shoulders, and I can tell he's very passionate about the project. So I wish him all the well, and if he reaches out about beta testing for Chapter 2, oh, we will definitely be checking more of Badger Saw. I do like the ideas he had for the combat system. And from what he said, tonally, Badger Saw 2 is gonna be different from the first chapter. So I'm excited to see what Vince has lined up. But yeah, elaborating more on the woke culture, I actually asked Vince, so how does the younger generation respond to the traditional establishment? And sure enough, some young people try to rebel against the system, but a lot just see it as being cogs in the machine. They don't have much in the way of changing. So that's why things persevere the way they used to for generations. So it will probably take just more time for people to get sick and tired of the toxic environment before they call out for active changes. By the way, while he did lead me through some of like the bookstores and shops with anime video game products. We'd actually happened to pass by a bookstore that normally, if you're a foreigner, you wouldn't know. They have a 18 plus section, but he actually did lead me upstairs and show me like all the hentai and told me how the industry there works. That if you do want to break through as an are a plus 18 artist and make a living, you actually have a lot of room to compete with. And yeah, the shelves are stacked with compilations from different artists, so you gotta be committed to the cause. And as you can imagine, it becomes pretty tiring drawing the same level of artwork consistently. So some artists will put more emphasis on the front cover, a couple first pages, but then just streamline their drawings to the point where they're not on par with the rest of the collection. Yeah, me too. Like, unless your heart and soul is in enjoying the act of reproduction and humans in their full glory, I don't imagine you will last long in this field. But also, like you said, with pornography being so easily accessible, and the reality being so soul-crushing at times, where you generally feel like you're just a cog in the corporate environment, where only your workload really matters, but you, the person, not so much. It is easily accessible way of just taking up the steam. Which also leans into Christianity never taking a hold of Japan during the missionary period, and when the shogunate pretty much declared the ban of spreading Christian religion across Japan, because it's just that that morality that we ourselves grew up with, where the kind of excessive behavior is shunned upon, and we endorse monogamy, loyalty. Sex is treated as like a sacred act, complementing marriage bond between a man and a woman. I don't know just how deeply the Shinto religion and Buddhists go into discussing sexuality, but apparently not enough to make it like a more frowned upon area of life. Alright, I'm getting a little annoying by that jump, because I clearly should be able to make it on top of that pillar, but the game deciding, no. That's not happening, boyo. Also in relation to soaplands that I've touched upon, if you like go to the websites, because I actually learned about those from Vincent, that they're like a Japan exclusive phenomenon. They try to come off as like professional institutions. With claiming so much that the girls working there have STD certificates. It just comes to show how deeply rooted it is in the mindset over there and normalized. People will walk by those places without giving much thought. Well, if this kind of location was ever built in like a American town, you know it would be designated to a shady area of the town. There's no way you would have it just casually sitting, oh, I don't know, next by the local train station. Or like a major street. Do I have another potion of jumping? So I don't waste the levitation one. Not really, so bottoms up. Good to be back in ye old Mournhold. Getting a good look at that lovely skybox. Well, with your neck of the woods, I imagine it's easier for those kind of places to flourish, because you're basically out in the country, so it's not like those parts are monitored often by the law officials. Like every now and then a patrol will swing by, but that's few in between. And that too. I mean, we're all human after all. We do have our vices.
City of Light. Not much like Orsini.
Alright, I'm Alexia. I'm back. It took a while getting that contraption to work, but... Oh, actually... I don't see any ash storms. So, I don't know if that worked.
Come, bathe in the light of my mercy.
In my wisdom, I have sent you to activate the Karstang's Bekarn. Tell me that you have accomplished this task for a goddess. I see you have restarted the machine, but it's not what I asked for. The weather is not uncommon in the city. Only Ashton will show these people my true power. Well, she's not really pleased with it. So is that a sign I have to manipulate with this thing more?
Good to see you again, friend.
Oh, if that's the case, then... I actually need to buy more potions. Because if I'm supposed to, like, fiddle with that machine, go back and forth to see if we actually have a storm brewing, I am not gonna have enough alchemy on me at all.
Yes, friend.
Yes.
Right, so you offer spells. That's not gonna really help me much since I'm not a good caster. Potion of Light, Brandy. Let's see what you got. He doesn't even have any levitation potions to speak of. Ugh. That's horrendous.
Sorry, stranger. My time is short, so get on with it.
Anywho, after the zoo on Tuesday, I went about Sensuji Temple in Asakusa. The temple, since I by now saw a couple, while it didn't stand too much visually among the others, the interesting part about it was the market surrounding it, which is pretty much a regular occurrence over there. And you can buy some nice souvenirs, kimonos and yukata, if that's your thing. Traditional handmade items. Typical bazaar. Buzzing with life. And a couple of good eateries in the area. So I went to one and had monjeyaki. Essentially, it's omelet specific to Japan. More liquid in form. So what you basically have is the cook mixing the ingredients in front of you on top of a stove, and they kind of leave it in this semi-liquid mass. It never fully solidifies, which adds a melty texture to the dish. You do eat it piping hot, straight from the stove as it's simmering, and man, it's good. I liked it a lot. Definitely one of the more unique types of foods I got to try out, and with some of these spots, I kind of went out of my way to make sure I had something different each time I decided to dine out, just to try as much as possible of local foods. Right, this is gonna be a little tricky. Tricky in the sense that unless I'm able to procure more potions, I'm gonna have to spend a lot of my time going back and forth between the heart of the dungeon and outside to see if the weather has changed. So, for planning purposes,
What may I do for you?
this is a rather annoying quest. Yeah, and again, your selection of
Health and healing.
potions that you can acquire is highly limited. Unless you have something on stock, which at this point I'm hopeful for. Nah.
Walk in the light in the spirit.
Nah. Damn. I have to save scum this a little bit.
Walk with Stendhal.
Right, do any of the items I have incur levitation? Because all I need is like one. Sadly, no. Well, Civil Intervention will let me escape the dungeon. I think the way that works is it teleports you to the temple? So that's gonna be our best gambit. Just gotta hope that once I fiddle with the device again, it will produce the desired result. So I'm gonna make a separate save slot, just in case. On the 10th of September, Wednesday, I had my first full day trip outside of Tokyo. Happened to be the Mount Fuji one, so we stopped by Lake Kawaguchi along the way. Then had a pit stop for lunch in a nearby town where I had unagi, an eel-based dish. Very good. My first time getting to try eel. Soft and tender meat. And finally we stopped at Fuji Yoshida, where you have a viewpoint of the mountain. Didn't get to see all of it because of the clouds obstructing the view, but honestly it made it for a pretty good visual with the storm clouds partially obscuring the mountain. And funnily enough, later on, while I was going on another day trip, I did get to see the mountain distance without any of the clouds in the way. So, even if I didn't get to view it in its full majesty from a closer spot, I still got to see Mount Fuji for all it's worth, in one way or another. Right, here we go. Passage of the Walker. On Thursday, there will be the 11th, second trip to Ueno. Second of 3 total. Once again, I have to reiterate, if you're a history / culture buff, you're gonna get a lot of mileage out of frequenting Ueno just for the museums and exhibitions. On that day in particular, I focused on the Tokyo National Museum. And yeah, you can spend an entire day just going through its collections. All throughout different periods of the history of the country. From pretty much the humble beginnings when people were just starting to migrate from the mainland continent, and then trading a lot with Korea and China, which largely influenced Japan in its forming period, all the way up to the Meiji era, where the shogunate ceased to exist and Japan started to become the country we know it today. Okay, not 2 but 3 snipers. Superb. Make that 4. Jeez, what's with the spawns here? And of course, even the central hub is busy. Okay, it may not be removed, so how do we oh, here we go. I believe this is how it is rotating weather continuously. Well, it used to. Now it's stopped here. We're gonna do some experimentation. So we'll save here. And then we're gonna cast intervention to see what's going up above. Well, it is raining, but that's not what she wanted. I think we got it. If I understand the Luma symbols on the Karstings Karn, I believe the machine is now causing ash storms. Well, let's get our recall spell out. Is it? Seems rather peaceful. Unless they're not constant.
Good to see you again, friend.
Morrowind, city of light, city of magic.
Well, I'm gonna go talk to Amalek
Good to see you
regardless.
again, friend.
Hopefully this will help progress the quest, because, oh god, we're almost approaching 4 hours, and this is like the only thing we managed to accomplish tonight.
Come, bathe in the light of my
Well done, Bracket Dude. This is the effect I was looking for. Ash storms in Morrowind. My magic will prevent anyone from further tampering with this machine. You will, of course, keep silent about this. My powers are a bit drained, mortal. They are not gone. My ordinance will take care of the remains of this end times cult and their leader. You have done well. Yes, the Karstings Karn is creating the weather just as I hoped. Remain this way until I'm satisfied that people have learned a lesson. I will take care of him. I am well pleased, good and faithful servant. My people look upon the elements, and see they are written a divine testament to my lordship. Did ever any other god display such dominion over the earth and sky? But now, with a heavy heart, I must lay lay a sad burden upon you. I bid you bring the peace of understanding to my missing hand. One of my most faithful guards, one of my very own hands of Amalexia, pledged to honor, protect, and serve me in all ways, has lost his mind. Salas Valor has abandoned me, and now spews violent slanders untruths about me to any who would listen. I pity him, and know he is not responsible for his actions. To view the splendor of a god may drive him the strongest mortal mind mad. But now he presents a threat to us, and he is very dangerous. I fear we will not be able to spare his life. Now Salazar haunts the secrets and sewers of Mornhold. Streets and sewers, I mean. His wild, distracted manner frightens the people, but even my ordinators are afraid to confront so terrible a weapon master and war wizard. I beg you, seek out Salas Valor. Relieve us this threat to my beloved people and bring peace to my sacred city of Mornhold. Salas Valor was once my most trusted hand and faithful servant, but recently his behavior became erratic. He has been quiet and responsive. I am afraid I may have allowed it to come too close. It is impossible that mortal and god might meet on equal ground, but perhaps he had deluded himself. I regret his lamentable state, and am sorry that I may have been partly responsible for his condition. The hands of Almalexia are my personal guard, pledged to honor, protect, and serve me in all ways. Their bodies and souls are buttressed to my divine favor. Their armor and weapons are imbued with glory by my touch. On the face of Tamriel, there are no more terrible warriors than my hands or Amalexia. Salas Valor, one of her elite guards, the hands who has gone mad, now presents a threat to Amalexia. She says he pities him and knows that he is not responsible for his actions, but you say he's very dangerous and might not be able to spare his life. She mentioned something about him hanging out in the sewers. Because of course he would be hiding in the sewers.
Justice never sleeps.
Alright, who else will be able to provide me more info on this fella?
I'll clean this temple, Sarah. Mind you keep it that way.
Definitely not any view.
From what I hear, there's trouble at the palace.
I'm gonna have to kind of look for him blindly, aren't I?
If a few words can...
Oh, there you go. Storms are brewing. Oh, you're the healer. Just happened to stroll by for a walk. Well, looks like I'm heading down again to look for this person. Before we get to that, I'm actually going to take a small bathroom break, so I'll be right back, and I'll leave you all to listen to the wonderful sounds of wind. Oh dear goodness. I don't know what's going on in RuneScape, Frosty, but the fact that they're having a crossover with Witchhaven, of all things, even in name, that is quite concerning. We love Witchhaven, though. Really do. Underrated classics. Anywho, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I actually decided to look this up. Since, as much as I like the background of the Tribunal expansion and the internal politics going on in Mournhold, the quests themselves have proven to be quite a slog. Because 90% of it boils down to, hey, go down to these sewers and find an item or kill someone. Now, apparently, the guy we're looking for is actually roaming around the immediate vicinity of the temple, dressed as one of the ordinators. So let's see.
You cannot escape the righteous.
What armor? What armor? I no longer have the helmet on me. Okay. Are you talking about the ebony piece? I genuinely don't know what he's upset about. Well, anyway, so we're gonna have to repeat that. Fortunately, it didn't take long for us to get back here.
What may I do for you, my child?
All right. Get back here. Here. 2. Save. I wonder if it's actually this set of armor angering them. So I generally have like nothing else ordinary related. Founder's belt. No. Well, we'll only know once we start talking to these fellas.
You will pay with your blood.
Which part of the armor, though? Alright, let's stick all of it. Okay, I'm genuinely like wearing the most bare bones equipment right now.
You will pay with your blood.
I don't know what they mean. Is it broken because I used to have an ordinator helm, but it got taken away from me? Except it didn't register. Well, now I'm walking practically naked.
You cannot escape the righteous.
Does this kind of self-account if I kill one of them? I sure hope so.
Not bad of you, sweet. Now you die.
How many ordinaries are there around? It's like 2. So I mean this one is special. Shouldn't get upset with me. Actually, hold that thought. I think he's supposed to be in God's reach. So not the courtyard itself. Oh, oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I did the thing again, but thankfully I noticed. about the BRB screen still lingering on. Fortunately, guys, didn't miss much besides me mucking around with a few ordinators. So, nothing of value. Got obscured by the overlay. Alrighty, let's rest ourselves some more guards. Hopefully one of them will turn out to be our target. High Ordinator. High Ordinator.
You cannot escape my chance. The outlaws be massive.
I mean, I could just slay all of them through sheer process of elimination, but that might get a bounty on my head. This one just happens to be idling. Ah, there we go.
Justice needs. So, you're her new dog.
Nice to seeing you here. So, she has sent you from me. Now you are her favorite. How convenient. Whichever of us dies, she will be well pleased. And if both of us die, so much the better. Well, I am content. Perhaps this is how it was meant to end. I ask the forgiveness of all the gods and spirits, whoever they may be. And you too might make your peace with your gods, because at least one of us will not live to see another sunset. Wow. Those are actually strength stepping.
You're her new dog.
You inward.
Oh, goodness gracious. There's like an assault on the senses. I actually have to prepare a little bit for this. Basically gonna have to deploy Berserk and hope that stun locks him to a point where he can't even respond.
You're her new dog.
Whew, look at that health pool. This is not gonna be easy in the slightest.
You're her new dog.
Well, one hit is enough to lock me in place.
You are her new dog.
Is there anything that does not sap my strength
You are her new
in his arsenal? Oh, those are like area of effect darts. Nope. Screw that. Farewell, sucker. Vicky, you ran out of darts. Only way I see I have a chance is if I bait him like this. And not get hit at once. Frost damage. Damage attribute strength 3 points. Yeah, that's enough to lock me in place. Fatigue. She has ridiculously good weapons.
So, you are her new dog.
That ghost is so dead. Like one hit is enough to eat him out of existence. Could try and bait him into killing other guards. Whether that would work.
Justice never sleeps.
Stay back. Stand back, you.
So, you are her new dog.
Attempt enact plan B. Find the high ground. Oh lord, he coming.
Justice needs.
Don't move. Whatever you do, don't move. Oh god damn it. We're gonna have to find a way to stun lock this mofo. Such a ridiculous power creep. Oh shit. It's actually worse than fighting the dart throwing bandits. Great, now I can't even get away from him without getting scammed. What's the Sujama trick that the guide recommends? Facing a group of powerful enemy beyond your level, a few swigs of Sujama will just strengthen the damage you deal. Everybody will increase your strength point by 50 points for 1 minute. And drinking on them at the same time will increase your strength so much you can easily kill anyone in just a few hits. What the hell? Huh. I didn't even know that was a thing you could exploit.
So, you order a new dawn.
I don't suppose I have any Sujama on me.
You inward.
Alright, he's projectiles, I think. See, I can turn the tides over for us. Not like that, that's for sure. So pretty much restoration potions that I have. Those are not really gonna be much useful. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to use this exploit. Who has Sujama again? Because I'm noticing this guy is incredibly, and I mean incredibly, annoying to deal with. Caldela Aldrun is where I can buy them. Fair and Sage of Mora. Well, for that we're gonna have to go back to the main continent. Which is kinda funny. But if that's what it takes... If that's what it takes... Cult services, reception area. Yeah, let's go back.
Yes.
Let's go back and head outside. Right, where was Sage of Mora again? It's like all the way here. So I'm gonna have to use some teleportation and ship travel to make my way.
Where's your uniform?
We got a bit of a downtime, so good opportunity to return to talking further about the Japan trip. We stopped on Thursday the 11th. So I covered the Tokyo National Museum. Lunch was probably one of the more unusual.
Yes.
Choices I made throughout my stay, as I had gyoza, so the typical Asian dumplings. However, as another dish, I chose horse meat tartare. Very different from the tartare we used to over here, because it's minced ground beef with egg on top. There it was more like pieces of steak with egg yolk put on top of it. The first time trying horse meat, it is of a tough texture, but surprisingly I did enjoy the taste. Not sure if it's something I would consume on the regular, but it was definitely a pleasant surprise, all things considered. Alright, apparently the Enchanter has, Sujama in here. Which NPC is this specifically? Farah. Wood of Publican Affairs, Hole in the Wall, Tavern and Sage of Mora. Ah, so it's actually a tavern keeper. Where's the hole in the wall? Over here. So, actually not too far off of travel. Friday is when I met up with Vincent, and we walked around Machida. However, before venturing there, I stopped by St. Mary's Catholic Church. I did mention earlier how Christianity got shafted during the Shogunate era, so never really got a chance to properly develop. But that being said, there is still a few Christian churches, especially throughout Tokyo. And St. Mary's is like the most, one of the most prominent Catholic establishments. So much so that it actually has relics passed down from the Vatican, including a vial of Pope John Paul II's.
My time is precious, so make
And
my time is precious, so make
the
it quick.
Order of Nuns, who supervised Saint Faustina Kowalska, who is a very well respected figure on the Polish side of the church because of her revelations that she wrote down in her journals. The other also gifted a vial of her blood
Speak, traveler.
to the St. Mary's Catholic Church
Speak quickly,
in Tokyo.
Outlander,
So
or go away.
that was definitely a nice
Speak,
touch
traveler.
to see.
This better be important.
Also, it was just a very nice place to see from the outside. I really like the external grotto they had set up for St. Mary with her figure looking on overhead. You wouldn't expect to find a place like that so far away from home, but I consider it to be a nice little sanctuary where I could stop by just for a couple of words of prayers. Once again, we're stuck in a little carrying capacity dilemma here. And no wonder. These 5 jars of Sujama are holding me down. Didn't expect it to weigh a ton. I wouldn't want to leave Maidbane here, but don't really use it much anymore. Not ever since we move on to the
Outlander, or go away.
Daedric Greatsword. Well, let's hope that 5 charges are gonna be enough to handle Celes swiftly. I mean, that's gonna be like what? Assuming that this stacks together, 250 extra points of strength on top of what I have already. So 350.
You talk too much, Outlander.
That seems like it'll be overkill. At least on paper.
There is someone watching me. I can tell.
One way to find out. It's a valid strategy, supposedly, so we will have a little bit of fun with Morrowind's balancing. Or lack of thereof, depending how you look at it.
How do you do, Orc?
Now, Saturday, the 13th. Oh, that's when the wee part of me got to feast, because finally went to Akihabara, Electric Town, the Mecca for everything anime video game related. What I've learned through walking through a couple of shops is that
Where's your uniform?
you don't want to immediately lock onto a purchase, especially if it's a commonplace product like an anime figure, because some stores will seemingly overcharge you majorly for the
Talk is free. What do you
merchandise you want to purchase. However, that is actually related to the fact that the Japanese, they put a high value on unopened items that are of pristine condition, because they just like them to keep them unopened on display. If it's been tampered with, that actually decreases the price significantly. And if, say, the figure you're looking for happens to be second-hand, without the box, you're gonna get some pretty snazzy discounts. And that's actually how I came across a figure of Cobra, the 2001 Ben Presto release, so pretty old school. It didn't happen to have a box anymore, so based on that they gave me a discount, wrote it off as tax-free, but I ended up paying the equivalent of like $70. Now imagine if I was trying to purchase that online outside of Japan. I'd have shipping and taxes to worry about at least, so that would at least like double what I have to pay. What I lack in smarts, I make up for in raw fighting power. And where's that asshole? See? The damage scaling is already kicking in. He can't even overcome me that easily. I am still gonna use a lot of damage and fatigue. drained, so that's gonna be an issue. Well, we can deal with it. We can actually stack up Berserk on top of it. For even more fun. Maybe let's not, because I get knocked down easily. Oh, that's in place. Oh, he can heal. That's not good. As if you wanted to pain the ass to fight already. So even with the Sujama strat, this is still tricky. Of an encounter. Kinda have to place my bet on the initial strike, because if he gets in the groove, yeah, I'm still gonna get absolutely demolished. I mean, I could just prevent you from healing like this. Oh, wow. Can't believe that actually that actually worked. Look at this amazing armor he has. Fortify agility, fortify skill heavy armor, constant effect. Medium armor, reflect 5%. Fortify attribute strength, 5 points. Resist poison, resist paralysis, fortify attack. Oof. This guy is absolutely stacked. And I think I'm gonna swap armor with you. One-handed long blade. Absorb strength. Cast when strikes. Absolutely insane weaponry. Hopefully they don't get upset because I'm putting on the ordinary armor. It's fine. It's fine. If they actually start giving me grief because of it, I can always prove myself in combat. In fact, let me start shit with one. Just out of curiosity. Oh man, this weighs a ton. This equipment that I'm now carrying on me. Nope, so much for the hammers. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make space if I want to commit to this armor. Kind of impressive how I'm still over capacity by like 100. It's like, will I even drop at this point to equalize it? I mean, you're asking me a lot. This ain't a bad weapon, mind you. Is it worth trading off?
Walking around outside Zero.
That I'm not sure of. Definitely gonna have to make a save, an extra save slot here, on the off chance that, you know, lugging all this around with me is gonna prove more of a hassle than it's worth. Still. I get almost like double armor points. Plus extra skill boost just from equipping this set. So I'm gonna put this here where it doesn't magically disappear, just in case. Because if you leave items like this, they won't really disappear, unlike bodies of your victims.
Prove a friend and own a friend.
Look at this place. Isn't it great?
Oh, goodness gracious. It's a pretty fast sword. I'll give it that.
You will pay with your blood.
Those run of juice pretty fast, but still, they use pretty decent damage. On its own. So, yeah. From that one encounter, we have come out on top.
Come. Bathe in
Have you eliminated the threat of my poor man missing hand and brought peace to Mournhold? Salzveller is dead? The pain is almost more than I can bear. But you have served me faithfully, and it is in my mind to grant you divine blessing. Would you like skin as tough as iron? Would you like my protection against paralyzing terror? Or would you wish to always bask in one covered in my reflected glory? Quick, now, choose. You must not keep your lady waiting. Protection against paralysis, please. I bless you with my gift, and mark as you as my own. Be ever faithful in your service, you may expect more generous rewards. Did I get that? If I did, I'm not really feeling any difference. Welcome, Bracketdoon. This time we talked of greater things. I have watched you since your arrival in Vardenfell. You have been a strong and faithful servant to me. None but the Neverwing could have succeeded as you have. How long I have waited for this. My Nerevar, returned to me at last. I have watched from my temple as others have made the claim. I have seen them fall. I believe now that you are the one who has prophesied. I believe you now to be the Neverwing. Though I have watched others come and go, my belief is that you are a child of prophecy. The time has come for you to reclaim your station. Together we can unite Morrowind once again, free from the Imperial yoke. For years, the Chimmer and the Dwemer have been at war. The Dwemer spurned the Daedra that the Chimmer worshipped, instead placing their faith in their metal creations. It was only when the Nords invaded Resdain that the two nations were able to join as one, under the leadership of our Nerevar and the Dwarf King Dumak. In time, the two generals became blood friends. On the day that Nerevar and I were wed, Dumak presented us with twin blades, Hope's Fire and True Flame. Each was a magnificent blade, the pinnacle of Dwemer craftsmanship. Their blades burned with an unearthly fire, and the sight of them struck fear into our enemies. My blade has been kept safe, but not so True Flame, the blade of Nerevar. It was lost at the Battle of Red Mountain. The blade of Nerevar. In the battle beneath Red Mountain, True Flame was shattered, the flame extinguished in the confusion. The pieces lost. It is time for you, Nerevarine, to remake the blade and take your place by my side once again. I have only one, which I now give to you. Through my magic, I have been able to determine that the other pieces of the blade are nearby. Found the other two pieces of the blade, and forged the blade anew. Only you may accomplish this, Neverine. As I said, they are nearby. Look to those in the city that you know and trust for guidance. Find those who have use for items such as this. Prove your mettle to me, Neverine, and so we'll stand together once again. The best weapon symphony of Termin reside in my city. When you have recovered the pieces of the blade, seek out the finest among these craftsmen and press him into our service. I have reported to Almaxi that Salzville is dead, and any threat here presented to the peace of Monarch was not eliminated, which he was pleased, and awarded me a special divine blessing. Almaxi believes me to be the Neverine, the reincarnation of her former lover, Nerevar. She believes that together the two might be able to free Morrowind from imperial rule. Amalexia has told me of True Flame Hopsfire, the blades of Nerevar and Amalexia. True Flame was apparently lost at the Battle of Red Mountain. According to Amalexia, the pieces of the blade are all in Murnhold. She's giving me the first, and when I find the other two, I am to find the craftsman who will best be able to forge the blade.
Mornhold, city of light, city of magic.
Is this a subject I can ask just about anyone? Or do I actually have to, kind of wing it?
I clean this temple, sir.
Do you remember there being a blacksmith in Gosreach who could make some fine work out of rare materials? Wonder if I could ask him for guidance. What does this piece of blade look like? There we go.
Need custom armor? I'm the one.
Damn that Ilnori Faustus. Damn him. Damn that cocker, script-sucking son of a hammerhole war. He left me just a few hours ago without so much as a wave goodbye. Just walked out the door. Well, good riddance, I suppose, but I still need an apprentice. If you find any able-bodied young person looking for work, let them know I need a new apprentice. Ba, 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 ba. Well, sucks about your underling. But you, I can't even talk with you. How about the blade? Is anyone found looking for work his way? Okay, well. If that happens, I'll be sure to inform you, my guy. Alright, so we're looking at Blade of Nerevar. Okay, this is kind of long-winded and not intuitive. So for the first piece of the blade, you actually need to go to the palace and talk with the queen. Which, what do you think about doing, to be honest? Thanks for not throwing a temper tantrum over me sleeping in your bed. It's really needed that shut-eye.
Good to see you again, friend.
Now I could head back and put a stop to the sandstorms,
Excuse me. Did you say something?
but I don't feel like making that trek again. Thank you very much. Does it just seem worth the hassle involved?
Strange custom, strange ways, Orc.
You know, it's a strange custom, you standing in the doorway, not letting me through.
Justice never sleeps.
Rude, I tell ya. If only they made these hallways a little wider. Could have solved so many problems.
What do you want?
Where did the queen walk off to? Is she in the throne room with you?
We are in your debt, Zara.
Zaya's chamber, but we just been here, haven't we? Oh no. I guess I confused it for another
I
bedroom.
don't think so.
Ah, my protector.
Good to see you,
It is
Brackatoon.
good to see you again.
What can one who has defeated the mighty Carrot wish to speak about? You heard defeating him in battle, Brackatoon. I have heard that he actually spoke to you. You are full of surprises. He may be willing to speak with you about this blade you seek. I wish you luck. Burnseye suggests that Carrot, Hellseth's champion, may have a piece of the blade. As I have already bested him in combat, he may be willing to speak with me about these matters. I generally can't think about you figuring out this organically unless you just walk around town and spoke to everyone all throughout. What may Carrot do for you, mighty one? The woman's beauty is only equaled by her grace and wisdom. Shame she didn't pass that on to her son. He's right next to you, you know. When I was a child, my father gave me this weapon. He told me that as long as I had it, none would defeat me in battle, until the rightful owner came to claim it from me. I know now that you are the one of whom he spoke. I've given it to you freely. May it serve you as well as it has served me.
We are in your debt, Zara.
Oh my goodness gracious, and once again the overcumbrance sets in. Because everything has to weigh a freaking ton. Fine, we're getting rid of potions then. If that's what it takes. Well, all the heavy ones, that is. It looks like diseases won't really affect me anymore. So that's pretty good. Yeah, let me just make a stack of bottles right in the throne room for the funnies.
Justice never sleeps.
You won't guess where you're meant to find this other remaining piece of the weapon. You gotta go to the Museum of Artifacts and donate 2 items. This is really, like, surprisingly complex and with several layers. I think it's gonna even donate artifacts to the museum. Do they have anything that counts? Well, one way to find out before we call it for the night.
It's another perfect day in Mornhold.
See, Mr. Just purchasing any artifacts from all over Morrowind. If you have anything we might have an interest in, we can discuss the specifics. Alright, how do we know? The pieces of the Blade of Nerve are here in Mornhold. Now there's something I'd like to get my hands on for the museum. I can't say that I have seen any that I know of, but I do have one piece from roughly the same time. And it seems to be of Dwemer construction. I don't have it on display because I haven't been able to positively identify it yet. It's a shield of Dwemer make, but not traditionally sense of the word. The pieces of it just don't seem to match. And I wonder if this is some sort of fake. I suppose it might be a part of it, but I'll need some compensation. Always looking for new museums. I'm always looking for new pieces for the Museum of Artifacts, unique items, armor, and weapons of lore. You know the stuff. If you'd be willing to donate a couple to the museum, I'd be willing to part with the shield. Okay, but what does constitute? Okay, I'm looking at the list. 32 artifacts that Russell except for the museum, which artifacts itself have its nominal value. She can take the boots of blind speed. If I'm willing to part with them, that is. Right, let's talk donations then. How do we, how do we donate? Oh, they're certainly interesting, aren't they? An odd combination of enchantments, to be sure. They wish to sell them to the museum. It's not much, but I can offer you 250 gold for them. Wow. It's like nothing. Rosa's Mazed Band. So that's one artifact I could hand it to her. The rest I don't think I even encountered. You might reach a standstill for now, until able to procure more items. Yeah, we're gonna have to get back to this at some point. Okay, we're gonna leave it
City of
for now then.
City of magic.
On the next Morrowind stream, I think, since we can't really push
The Lord's will be done. See to
the Castle North Temple quest line at this junction, I think we're gonna go back to Vardenfell and actually focus on the main story beats of the game. And as we go, who knows, we might bump into, even if perchance, another item of interest from this highly specific list that the museum takes into their collection. Because yeah, otherwise I don't really have much to do here in Morrowind besides some potential side quests that I'm not too interested in.
City of light. City of
So was this.
Perfect day.
I think we got what we wanted to out of this place for now. And we can actually go back to progressing the vanilla narrative as is. Plus, we are walking our way with very neat armor set.
Justice never sleeps.
Now the thing is, since this weighs a little bit, we're actually gonna store the other two armor pieces, weapon pieces here. There's
Trust in God's
until I'm actually able to push this forward, there's no sense in lugging something that weighs 33 units of stone plus this MacGuffin.
Mornhold, city of light, city of magic.
So there you have it. That's Morrowind for now. And when we come back next time, we'll take another spin at Giants, Citizen Kabuto, our secondary playthrough. It certainly feels good to be back. Like I did miss this. Not gonna lie, when Wednesday came about this week, and I was in Yokohama exploring the port district of town by the seaside. I was starting to get those travel woes. The melancholy was setting in. The internal weighing in of yeah, it sucks that I'm gonna have to go back, because I could have gone for longer, but on the flip side, I was starting to run out of spots to check out in Tokyo, so at that point, it would have made more sense to move on to a different place in Japan, and, well, you know, responsibilities back home. There is work to look after at the end of the day, which does allow me to go on these exploits in the first place. So that's that. And like I said, I did miss this whole streaming deal that we got going on. So I will be happy to carry it on, at least once a week, maybe more, depending on my schedule. We'll just see how work plays out. Tough to tell otherwise. Anywho, thanks for joining me, gang, and I'll see you all again soon. Take it easy.